Okay, welcome. It's Friday. Let's make some drum and bass. Welcome. Almost Christmas, everyone. Almost. You guys doing something fun with Christmas or not? I'm gonna go with that view today. Yes, yes. I'm going to a winery and getting drunk. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a good use of Christmas. I'm uh I'm gonna have to work 3 more days this upcoming week. Well, 3 more days. Basically 3 half days. So that's good. I found out this week on I found out Wednesday that upcoming Wednesday I actually only have half a day, which is kind of nice. I have like half a day of work on Monday and then a half a day of work on Tuesday, and I was, you know, according to my regular schedule, I would have to work on Wednesday from like 1 to 9. And I was like, well, it's at least it's the last day, and then I'll have like a whole month off. Um, and I find out last Wednesday that upcoming Wednesday we're only open until 5. So I'm like, oh, so what? I'm gonna have to start at 9 in the morning or something then? And they were like, no, 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 you can just start at 1. I'm like, oh, nice. So that's gonna be a really short day, and then my whole month off starts. So looking forward. Where I work, it's just a store, retail. That's what I do. But it's gonna be absolutely hectic upcoming month, or upcoming what, week and a half, 2 weeks, because they have like you know, it's a store where they also sell fireworks at the end of the year, and it's the last year that they can legally sell it, so it's gonna be absolutely hectic. I heard last Wednesday that it was not even Christmas yet, and that they had already had more than twice the amount of orders in terms of like revenue than the year prior. So I'm actually glad that I managed to get a month off, because I can already see that I know the guy who runs the whole fireworks selling thing, and he can be pretty stressed when it's busy. And I mean, it's a great guy, but when he's stressed, things aren't as great. Let's just keep it at that. So yeah, I'm glad that I won't have to be there. Luckily, and I can just you know spend time working on music and doing. Probably making some videos as well, because I want to take the time to make some videos, do the updated videos for the drum bass drum videos. I've got a couple of ones planned. Want to make one about hats, which I promised a while ago. Just didn't have time to do it, but now I'll have time, so I'll make an updated video for that. And then I guess we'll do an update on the kicks and snares video as well, because now, well, we got some new tools since I made that video. And I just want to spend time working on music, you know? Have dinner with Jesus. Yeah, not me. Although we do have a church really close to my house, and they're gonna have like the Christmas whole thing as well. But I never go to a church, so I'm not the type of person to go to church. And there are gonna be sales in January. Yeah, probably. Probably. It's also just Christmas, you know, so it's gonna be really busy. Now I do have to work a couple of days before Christmas, but it's gonna be fine. Okay, so let's see. I've actually been listening to a lot of more chill drum and bass, so I don't know what's gonna happen today. But let's just start with some kind of a Reese or something, a simple Reese, and then maybe figure out some chords or make some drums. We'll see what happens. Let's just do that maybe. Give ourselves a little bit of a detune knob, so that we don't have to mess with the fine tune here, but we just have one macro for it. I'll just chuck that on -50. No random. What's that, 2 bars? Yeah, that's 2 bars, okay. Well, I guess we're gonna go with D. I clicked D, so... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe? Let me low pass that so we can actually hear the click. Key track that. We'll go with that key. Let's see, maybe we'll grab something different here. Guess we could key track that. So that was, what is this now? This is F sharp, and we're playing a G as well. So I guess we're sort of like Phrygian kind of vibe, which is cool. That always works. Let's just stick with that, what we had. Let's see. Grab a couple of hats here. Do you use drum sampler sometimes? Actually, no. I never use it. It's one of those things that I actually never use. Like, I know that there's some cool things in here, but I've messed with it like a couple of times when it came out, but other than that, no, not really. Oh. I guess we'll do the same thing here. Just grab a drum rack and add a bunch of samples in there. And then we can just layer a bunch of them. Might be cool. Maybe some claps as well. We'll see which ones end up working. Those could maybe work as like a shuffle kind of thing. We'll just chuck them in here and see what happens. No snapping. Okay, if we're in F sharp, then that would be 6 up. Yeah. Okay, let's work on these drums a bit. Let's see. Different groove, but My Ableton theme is one that I made myself, and it's available on my Patreon. Have we have not seen the bot actually do something, so I think it might have turned off again. Oh no, it is actually working, but it's just been slow today, I guess. It hasn't done anything in chat yet. Mm. Let me put them on the same one. No, it's available on my Patreon, but you don't have to subscribe forever. You can literally just subscribe and then cancel right away, and you should still be able to get it. Not too sure about the kick. Might go and try make a kick from one of my samples work, because they will sound a little bit more dirty right off the bat, but at least that'll work. Let's see, we might wanna, I chucked a couple of claps in here for that could maybe work for an offbeat, but let's just make another track for it. We'll call that Ghosts or something. And let's just chuck another drum rack in there. And see, there were a couple of claps in here that were pretty short. I mean, we can make any of them short, of course, but like something like that or something. Just to give it a little bit of extra. Maybe that. And then we'll just make that quieter. And let's also select all of this, and I'm going to go in here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. And I'm gonna select this groove here. So that way I can use the groove pool, which I guess you cannot see, but it's this thing right here. It's basically my well, D&B groove with the 16th note shifted to the right a little bit, and then this timing is gonna determine how much swing we get. Hey, something is not having any swing. What is it? Huh? Is this not properly doing the swing? Let's see, let me just consolidate that into its own clip. Ah, okay, that is not properly working. We have to get rid of the groove here. Let's consolidate that. So we have this, yeah. And then we're gonna loop that. Because it's separate clips. It's sort of like, I think it's not really understanding properly where the 16s are. So now they should be correct. We can, to make it even better, we can just quantize that so that they're all exactly on 16s, and then we'll do beats, transients. Wait. Let's undo the thing that we did. There, yeah, there we go. Let's just leave this at 100, and then I'm gonna consolidate it. And then we'll do beats, transients. We'll quantize that. Let's just chuck it right here. Same with that one, let's just chuck it right there. And then we'll quantize that, should be close enough. And then we can decrease this here to get like shorter little hits. And then if we add the groove to this now, it should work properly. Yeah. And then I can use this timing here to get like less or more. And it's gonna be pretty subtle. If I grab the slightly stronger one, we should get a little bit more. Let's just do that. it's so much that it completely breaks when I do that. Oh wait, one is now not. Okay, now we get a lot of that swing. And they all have the groove, yeah, and then we can dial it in here. And it really only takes the 16 notes, so this one, and then that one, and then that one. And those are shifted slightly to the right. And all the other ones, the 8 notes are left alone. They're just straight on the beat. So that is usually the kind of swing that I would use for drum and bass. Keeps it nice and tidy, but still has like a little bit of groove, you know, so it's not completely on grid. Cool, so I'm gonna go and change the kick, because I don't like this kick and I don't fancy making one today. So let's just go in the folder here, and I'm just gonna go and chuck a bunch of these kicks in the drum rack, and then we'll see which one works. Some of these might be a bit too heavy, but we'll grab a little bit of a softer one as well. Why not grab that one? We'll see what ends up working. Thing is that these will already be a little bit dirtier, so it saves us some time of having to, you know, tweak a kick patch the entire fucking stream. I actually like that one, even though it's really a soft kick, but you can always add something to it. The only thing with kick samples is that you obviously cannot change the pitch that easily. That one is dirty as fuck, but it's kind of nice. And some of these are also too long, so we're gonna have to shorten them. And maybe we can even take like the clicky part of one and then layer it with another one. Cool, we should have enough to work with now. Like that one I think is probably gonna be too heavy, but let's also turn snapping off here. Set this to, let's give it a bit of a fade out so that we can do that. And let's just see what we get here. I guess we can even open this up so we can change it while we tweak this here. That one is too heavy. That one as well. Is there processing on here? No, there's not. Cool. We might have gotten rid of this as well. Yeah, let's... That one actually works. Could work. Too much. That one could work. I think one of these lighter ones is actually going to be the better call, honestly. This one is weird, so let's probably not use that one. That one could still work, even though it's really clicky, but it does kind of work. That one is too low. That one sounds cool on its own, but it doesn't really work with like in the mix itself, so. Ooh, that one kind of works as well. It has like a bit of a nice click. I actually like that one a lot. Okay, let's do that so that we know which one that was. That's too light. That one could potentially work too. think I know which one it's gonna be though. The one that we had here. That one is so light, but it could maybe work for like a little ghost kick or something. Yeah, not really. That one is kind of nice. Okay, cool. Let's just stick with this one for now. Let's close this down. Just trying to, there's a little bit of a weird sort of like start to it, but that sounds fine with me. Yo, Angelite. Let's think about some other things now, because we have this bass thingy. It's very basic, but we want to figure out some vibe for it. So we're going from F sharp to G. I think it's time that we load up something. Didn't Ableton have an electric piano device? Which one was that? Was that the electric maybe? Would make sense. I never use this. Oh, it is. Nice. So we're in F sharp. Should we go and do some of those minor 9 chords or something? Might work. That would be that, I guess. So it's actually pretty quick change, I think, because this goes... Okay, so we have this, and then it goes to G. I mean, if we transpose that to G, what do we get? And let's see what we have in here. Do we have some cool presets for this device? Yo, what? What is that? Sequencer? Why are we getting sequencers? I just want an electric piano vibe. Why the fuck do they include that kind of presets with that device? It's kind of unusable. Why don't they just give me presets for that device itself? I guess these might be like that. Yeah, these are just... I guess I can hear it from those, though that one will be with a sequencer probably. Yeah. I've never actually seen this sequencer either. Okay, weird. So those ones are the ones with like a single note are just gonna be the ones that we would want. Do we just have some roads or something? What? I type in roads and that's literally the only preset that Ableton brings up. Nice. Let me go and grab something else. Cool. So we are in F sharp. That's kind of a cool voicing of that same chord. I guess we can just chuck that like that, because we can always add a little bit of strum with the MIDI devices. And then that other chord is something with a G. That's for sure. Like I can do that, but it sounds too. Like I think we can do something more interesting. So what if like the top note is G there, or the fifth or something? Let's see. Then if the fifth is G, then this would be some kind of a C chord. I wish we... Can we do that non-destructively? The strum thing here? If I have that off... Okay, it won't do anything. See, that's what I mean. I hate that it actually... If I turn auto off, now that strum is part of the MIDI. It's so annoying. I would like it to not do that. And just let me tweak it when I want to, you know? Instead of actually commit to it. So... This note goes to an E. So what if we just chuck another chord in there? Right. Not that though. What are we gonna do here to fit that? What were we going to again? We're going to that, right? Yeah, but then that. That would make sense. So if we chuck that in the middle there, of course it removes my other chord. For fuck's sake. I mean, we can set up a strum in our own way. There's actually another way of how we can do it, so that it is not destructive. If we do, let's see, if we grab an arpeggiator, put it in front of it, and we unsync that, so that we just have a rate in milliseconds. Now, obviously, if I play this now, we're gonna get that, which is not really what we want. But if we set the repeats to 1, we get that. And then if we add a note length device after it, set that to latch, we get that. And then we just up the gate here maybe. And now we've created a custom strum device. See, and the rate is going to determine how fast it's going to strum. It's not perfect, but it's better than having it be destructive, in my opinion. You can even, if you want, because the gate sometimes can work a little bit annoyingly, you can even just add another note length device in front. And that should work pretty well. I mean, wait, what? Why does that one not work? Okay, do we want that actually to be some kind of a... That kind of works. Cool. Can we turn that into something interesting? Let's add something to it. Something to mess with it. Maybe a portal? You made a custom DIY vocoder? Interesting. Like what, hardware or software? Okay, now if we just start going through some presets, we should get some stuff. And with transform, strum, piano, roll, ableton function, is it useful? It is useful, yes, but the downside of it is that it's kind of destructive. Like, this thing, like, as soon as I use this, like, right now it doesn't do anything, but if we add it to auto, it does that, right? And now we can still tweak it. And it's basically fine, right? But as soon as I leave this MIDI clip, that amount of strum is going to be set where it is. And if I come back to it, it will it's just gonna be annoying, you know, like I can set it like this and then move back and then go back here. Not sure if we can still change it now. Like, first of all, the notes are not highlighted, so we have to highlight it again. I guess we can still change it, but when I, you know, sometimes it'll just, I don't know, sometimes it'll not work properly, and it'll sort of like, yeah, see, if I now turn auto off, it is there, right? And there's no way to not hear it when auto is turned off. So you'll have to click the transform button and then it shifts the notes, which is kind of annoying. You know, I would like this to just be there and then have, instead of like some transform, have some apply button or something, so that when auto is turned on, you hear the strum actually doing the strum in the MIDI yet, if you get what I mean. It's like you can come back to it and change the amount, but, well, I guess you can, but it's still, under the hood, it does already change the MIDI notes, and as soon as you turn auto off, those notes will just be strummed. Whereas with the arpeggiator method... Oh yeah, that's the portal, of course, that's messing with it now. I can go back to it whenever I want. I can even automate this rate. I can be like, yo, I want this to be like that, and then here I want a slower strum, like something like this. So you actually get more freedom, in my opinion. It's just more usable. And it's not even that hard to set up, right? You can save this as a rack. Just save that as a rack and map the rate to a macro, and you've got your own custom strum device that you can chuck in front of anything, and it's not destructive. It's actually there, and if you mute it, the MIDI notes are back to just their regular non-strummed notes. Right? So sure, it is useful, the thing in the MIDI editor, but it's also kind of annoying. Whereas this one will also work if you play MIDI. Right? So this one, the strum device here, will only work with whatever MIDI you have in here. But the arpeggiator method basically works with everything. I can play a chord and it will always be strummed. See? It will always be strummed because it's actually using a MIDI effect and it's changing the incoming notes to be sort of like strummed. So yeah, the strum thing in Ableton is alright, but it's also kind of annoying sometimes. And I have that with a lot of these things here. Like they all have that same thing with the auto and transform thing. It's kind of set up to kind of be non-destructive, but it also isn't. It's kind of weird because you can actually still change the setting. Like if we do this, and we can still change the setting when we come back to it. So I can still come in here and change that. But as soon as I be like, actually I want to just have it back to normal, when I do that, the notes are like that. They're like that now. I guess we can put this at 0 to go back to non-strummed. But then even then, when I click the auto thing, see? The notes are still strummed. Like, why? I brought this back down to 0. It's clearly now here. Why aren't you updating then? Right? Okay, cool. It's strummed to 100%. Click auto. Cool. Okay, that's there. Now what if we bring that back to 0? Why do you shift back to there? It's a bit jank, if you get what I mean. Okay, if we click transform, it's still strumming when we turn the auto thing off. Like, it makes no sense. See what I mean? If we now consolidate this clip, okay, it's actually good. And now, if we turn auto back off, it's fine. You know? It's kind of weird. And that's also with the arpeggiate thing in here. Now, the arpeggiator is kind of cool, but I still prefer just using the regular arpeggiator MIDI device, because you don't really get any sort of like extra things in here, you know? It's kind of the exact same things that you get in here. You get the exact same things in here as in the regular arpeggiator. So why would I use this one, you know? The only advantage, I guess, is when you have the auto thing turned on, you can see the notes. That's the only advantage over the regular arpeggiator MIDI device, but I can see the chords, you know, so I can see the notes already. I don't really have to see the individual notes that your arpeggiator creates if I want to do an arpeggiated rhythm. So yeah, Ableton, they did improve with those things. They did, you know, sort of like implement something cool, but at the same time, it's also kind of jank, and I almost never use them unless I want to do something like, unless I maybe, let's say I just don't know what I want to do, and I have a writer's block or something, then it could actually be cool, you know? Because you could go into here and use one of these, where are they? Oh, they're in here. So you can use these seed things, for instance, and create like MIDI notes. And then obviously we would have to conform that to a scale. And then you can sort of like come up with something. But at the same time, it's also still kind of jank. I think the our arpeggiator device is also messing with it. Like, yeah, but it's also kind of, you know, completely random. And it's the output a lot of times is just kind of it sounds really random. Whereas we could do a very similar thing if we just have some chords, you know, just write some chords and then use the MIDI effects. And you can also come up with generative stuff. Like I can put an arpeggiator in here and be like random other, so that it picks a random note, and then we'll choose a rate here. I don't know, maybe we'll choose 1/2. And now that is already a lot more usable. We can put a note length device in here and set it to latch. And if I want to have a sort of like randomized time here, well, we can. You know, I can grab a modulator and be like, use an LFO. I guess the LFO MIDI one. We'll chuck that in here. And then we can set this... we can also just use the regular LFO, actually, it doesn't matter. And then we can set that to random. And then we set the rate to be, I don't know, we'll do 1/2 as well. And then we map this thing to the rate here. And if we want the notes to overlap, we just add another note length device here. And we just say gate 200%. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we'll just increase this. But that is already instantly more usable than what this seed thing here will do, but for instance, right? Because it's actually it's tempo synced, so it will sort of like be, you know, a lot more usable to begin with. And exactly, you can record the MIDI, because you can put a new MIDI track in here and just be like, I want to record that from here. Set that to in probably, and then just... So yeah, now we'll have that as MIDI. So it's so much more usable to just use the MIDI effects and get familiar with those, because they actually are pretty powerful in that sense. You can do a lot with it. Like even if you want to have it a little bit more randomized, like we can set this to maybe be... I wish this would go slower though than 1/2. Or 1/1. I wish it would go to like multiple bars as well. That would be nice, but you can't have everything, I guess. But now let's say we want to make that more randomized stuff out of here. Well, we can use the same MIDI effects. We could do a note echo. Chuck that after here. And we can do no feedback, we do mute, and then we group that, create another chain, so that's just a note that it's already playing that goes through here, and then this echo creates an additional note. See, it creates an additional note with this thing here. We can grab, let's just grab an LFO, set that to random, and we'll do a tempo synced of maybe 1/2 or something, doesn't really matter, and we do a full range like that, and we just map that to this time. Yeah, is that doing something? Guess we have to set it to remote map to here. So now that adds an extra note with a random time, but it's still tempo synced. Then we can do a random device after here, and that will change the pitch of it. So we can do chance up to 100. So now that new note is changing its pitch, then we can switch out the scale to be whatever scale we're in. We can conform it to, let's say, F sharp minor. Now that's not going to completely work here because this chord is kind of different. I guess we're in F sharp Phrygian, maybe? And you can just, we can put this outside of it actually, and then we can copy this if we want more notes. We can just copy this and put it here, and then we'll chuck it right here. So that that new note that is being created is having another note created on top of it. So now we should get another note. Maybe we copy this one and we map that to this time. So now we have and you still get generative stuff, but it's so much more usable because it's all coming from this MIDI, whereas with these generators in Ableton that they have added here, it's all kind of, well, from what I gathered and from what I've managed to get with it, it all sounds really random. But like too random, you know? It's really hard to control or get like anything good out of it. Whereas with the MIDI effects, it's just so much easier. Let's say we don't want that extra note to happen every time. Can we do that? We should be. If we grab... What was that one again? Note a chance. Let's just chuck that right here. And we just decrease the probability of that note. Now every once in a while that note comes through, but not every time. Maybe we want that one to be lower. And the beautiful thing is, we can still record this. With all this stuff happening, we can still go there, set it to in, and just, I don't know, just copy that a couple of times. And then we can just record the output of that. Until you have something that you like. See, even those double notes, they're all in here. So, yeah, it's much more usable that way. So they're not bad, those devices that they have in the MIDI editor, but they're kind of annoying. Whereas the MIDI effects are just so much easier when you kind of learn what to do with them, what you can do with them, you know? I still wish there was, you know, better things in here. One thing, especially with the modulators, like you have the LFO modulator that has these new modes and such that they added with the new waveform modes, stray and glider and such. But then there's also an LFO MIDI device, and that one does not have that. It's still the old one. It's still the old LFO MIDI device, so I wish they updated that so that you have a better one that is sort of like the same as this one with the new modes. That would be nice. But yeah, this is so much nicer to work with. And the best part of that of this whole thing, is when you have something that generates cool stuff, you can just group that in a rack, save it as a preset, and load it up later on like a completely different track, on like a completely different instrument, and have the exact same settings. You know? Whereas with those generators, you cannot save presets for it or anything, so you might set this up in a way, like these things here, you might set it up in a way that you kind of like it, but then next time on a different track, you're gonna have to do it all again. Which is kind of annoying, right? Whereas these things, it's so much nicer because you can just share that preset with someone. Anyways, little tangent, but like as well, I can just turn it off now and still keep it in here, go back to our other thing, and be like, well, maybe later we can use it. I can combine it with a strum. Doesn't really work. But if we, let's see, I might have an idea. If we create another chain here, so that our chord actually goes through, and then we delay this one, MIDI effects, note echo, put that in front of the arpeggiator, and then say, maybe set it to 4. We do mute, no feedback. Now it should add this whole thing, that generative thing, on top of the chord. See? It's kind of interesting, maybe shorter time. The note length devices might be giving it a bit of a too much. Let's It's sort of like fucks up on the second chord here, probably because this chord is overlapping with that one. That's kind of where it struggles a little bit now, but it does do some cool stuff, actually. Maybe this one is too much. Yeah, it just struggles with that quicker change here. But other than that, it could be pretty fun. And it also probably, if we limit the range there of these, let's say maybe it's gonna go up to 50%. Yeah, it's still struggling. But you get what I mean, right? You can combine these things with each other and get some pretty cool things. Now let's just mute this whole rack. I guess we can even do this. Let's see what happens. If we do this and then do that. Fixed it. Well, you could use the skill thing here and make it sort of like conform to a skill, but we're using a skill device here. So not needed, you know? We're just using this and setting it to a skill. That does the same thing. This one here. And it's actually not perfect because, like, if we go and look up, let's go in here, let's set this to the skill that we're sort of like roughly in, you'll see that we're not completely in that skill. See? So if we do that, there's notes in this chord that are not in our skill. In that third chord, these two notes are not in the skill, because this chord here, which is kind of, what is it? It's kind of a C minor, but we're also, I don't know, we're G minor, but with a C on top. So what is that? I don't know. But it's outside of the skill, so it won't really work with this with the skill settings. Nor with the skill MIDI device here. Like, there will be things that won't work, but you'll still get plenty of things that will work, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I guess if we look at the notes here, so let's actually see what this chord would be. So we're not using that note, but we do have a G minor chord within here. But then there's also a C, which could be, it could be a C minor chord, but with like a C minor 9, I guess. We're just not playing the third. That could be the case. Or what could that C be? If we count further up, if we go, we would get F sharp, and we would get A. A would be the 9th, right? Yeah, A would be the 9th. Then C sharp would be the 11th, so maybe it's a flat 11? Or something like that? That's C? Something like that, but that note is not in the scale. So yeah, it is what it is. Doesn't really matter as well, and we can also just add that note in here if we want. Like, I can be okay, I can go in here and just say, like, where's the C? C is right here. So we could turn the C sharp into C, or we can even do that, so that we have that C included. And now it will be part of that thing, so yeah, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, let's we had a really long tangent there. Let me delete this and just turn this rack off and see if we can get something cool out of this portal. That actually creates some cool sounds. Brainlay is such a nice device. Let's see. Let's maybe grab the spray. and the frequency, and could maybe do the time as well. Do that. And then we map this, so let's change these values. The frequency, I don't want that to go up too much, so we're just going to set that to something like there. Then the spray and the rest is fine. And then we can map these to the macros of that same rack that we have, that is already moving. Spray, or the frequency might actually already be too much, just a very tiny amount, because it will sort of like give it some out of tune kind of sounds every once in a while. Might actually not do the spray or the frequency at all, and just have the frequency set somewhere. And I actually liked it with the time just set to 2. So just the spray changing. Okay, we don't need that. Let's get rid of these LFOs here, clean this up a little bit. Okay, so there is also some distortion somewhere happening. I think that's coming from Portal. Oh, actually it's not. Well, maybe it's the drive here. Yeah. So this is actually working pretty well. Now, I kind of want to see if we can get some more stuff happening. So I'm wondering if we group this portal. We now have those macros already mapped. And we could duplicate this and solo that one. And just switch that to a different preset. I would resample this later to sort of like get some cool stuff coming from it that we can then chop up. another preset. That sounds cool. Wait, if we do... Let's go to my favorite folder. That one is kind of cool. Let's duplicate that again and grab another preset. We'll just grab a couple of presets here and then we'll make that rack go through those different chains so we get more variety. Just so we get more stuff to resample. That one sounds kind of nice. Add some nice extra stuff to it. We do one more. Cool. So if I now grab these and go in here, we can do that and then say distribute evenly. And if we now map that to a macro, we have a knob to switch between those chains. So we could either map it to this rack, or we can just grab an LFO chuck that in front of here. And we can set that to whatever time we want. So let's do 2 bars because this... Wait, this is 4 bars, right? Yeah, that's 4 bars. So we can do 4 bars. So every 4 bars it changes. Then we'll set it to random. Just to remote. And map this to here. So every 4 bars, every time this loops, we get a different position on here. And we should get different things. Perhaps sidechain on Portal in the other with a multiband compressor or other devices. No, I was just sort of like looking for getting some variety in this thing. And if we want... Wait. If we want this one to happen more, well, we could maybe do something like that. Let's see. What if we do this? And can we distribute those evenly? Yeah, we can. Okay. So what if we... Let's see if we can do something fun. Let's see if we add a compressor to here. Let me name this one main portal. So we know which one that is. I guess we could sidechain the other ones to this one. See what happens. Do this and then where's main portal? Main portal, post effects. Like that. And then now obviously that is not... Wait, I have an idea. If I map these to the macros, let's just do that. Attack time probably, release time, and the ratio. That we have that. And then we can now copy that one to here. And to here. And it should be mapped still, right? It's not. For fuck's sake. Threshold, attack, release, and the ratio. And this one as well. Threshold, attack, release, and ratio. So now those are mapped to these macros right here. So we can change that. What does that do? Nothing yet. Might be a bit too much, actually. Having the other ones playing at the same time. So maybe we'll just resample this one, actually. because it does create some really cool things. We can maybe oh, I have another idea that could be really cool for this one to kind of change it up. We can take a couple of these parameters. So let's say the offset, the count, the shape, and retrigger maybe, or stretch. Let's do both of those. And yeah, that should be good. And we map those to macros. So we have a couple of macros here, macro 2, and macro 3. I guess we can get rid of the compressors because we're not really going to use those actually. Let's just get rid of those chains. Did all that for nothing, but it's fine. Shape, gonna go to 6, retrigger 7, speed 8. Now we might have to change the speed and retrigger a little bit, but we'll see what happens. Now we just have to map these, so map that to, I guess, there, 8. Wait, there's already something mapped to 8. What is it? Ah, yeah, I mapped multiple things to it. Count is gonna go to 9. Shape is gonna go to 10. Retrigger to 11. Speed to 12. So these are all moving in different amounts now. This one, we don't need it because we don't use the chain selector anymore. So we can get rid of that. Right, so the retrigger, let's see, retrigger from 8 bars. 8 bars is way too slow. So I guess 2 bars is the slowest we want to go. And then we don't want to go to 16s, maybe 8 notes, or 8 notes might be cool. The one thing I wish we could do is take out the triplet timings of Portal. That would be so nice. If we could just click a button here or something in Portal, and it would just remove all the triplet timings from like the density here and the speed. Because if you're not making a track in triplets, then most of the time you don't want to get any triplet timings. You know? The dotted ones are fine, but the triplet ones are kind of, you know, we don't really need it. Now we could actually change that, but that's going to be a really big hassle to do, and I don't want to fancy doing that. But theoretically, we could do that. Because we have the shaper MIDI device, or the shaper device, and you could use this and put it in between the macro and Portal, and then you can sort of like painstakingly edit the shape here to kind of cover all of the speeds, and then you just have to tweak it so that, you know, it doesn't... I don't even think we can make a straight line in here. At once, at least. I think we have to... Yeah, but you can sort of like edit this and create like steps so that it skips the triplet timings. And then you can set this to manual mode, and then map this to the macro, and map the rec to the time that has the triplets, so the retrigger. And then you would have to edit this so that it skips the triplet timings, basically. You could still do that, but it's such an annoying thing to do. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to accept that there's going to be some triplet timings happening in here every once in a while. See, there we get some triplet things, but whatever. Now, we should be able to record this without this. So we should be able to just take the output of the... I guess we can just chuck this in here. Yeah, and then we want to take the output of this rack. So... granular, that rack. So we can just grab the output so we don't have the reverb included. So when we chop it up, we can add the reverb after that. Wait. Oh yeah, granular, let's start there. And then just post mixer, I guess. Because that'll take it from the mixer in this rack. So this one. And then we should just be able to hit record and let it go for a bit. Do we need this? That's only for MIDI, so yeah, we should be fine actually. I mostly like those shorter bits, like here. That is cool. Like that Portal preset. It's one of the presets from my own Portal pack actually, and it has like a filter on in the preset. So there's a filter somewhere in here, yeah. And that filter is being modulated by this envelope follower thing. And it creates some cool little bits every once in a while. We should probably have enough now. Okay, cool. So now we have a bit of audio that we should be able to find some cool bits in. And see, it's without the reverb, so we can just chop it up freely without cutting into the reverb tail. And then we can just put the reverb on this track now. And we get the same thing again. But we can still chop this up and not cut into the reverb. So like those little bits like that there is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Kind of like that as well. That one is nice. That one is kind of cool. I guess we should color these so that we can find them back. That one was cool. That one, because otherwise I'm gonna think the ones in between. Ooh, that one sounds nice. I guess that one as well, because it's really similar to this one, so that might actually work well in like a groove together. That one is quiet, but what if happens if we... It's still kind of a cool thing. That might be cool. That's a pretty cool hit as well. Oh. Like, this is all too busy in my opinion. But maybe we can later grab like a really short part from it. See, that's all a bit too busy for my taste. Like, in there's like some cool little bits happening. Like, that whole part is actually cool. That could actually be a thing to build a track out of. See, I'm just looking for something that is more interesting than the the whole. Maybe with follow action and session view to use these different parts. That could work, yeah. You can also chuck it into... another thing to do would be to chuck it into simpler and use the slice mode. That would also work really well. I'm just kind of looking for something that can be the main thing, I guess. And then from there you can always add like some extra little chops from it, you know? But like, if we can find one that is sort of like the main groove of everything, like even that little part is really cool. Because that's where the filter actually closes more. So definitely keeping that. That might be a fun part to include somewhere. Like, that's all too much. Except for here. That first part of it is kind of interesting. That one is kind of cool though. And then here again. See, it's like, it still has the tone of that instrument, but it just... I guess we'll just grab that whole part. Like, that could also be one. Definitely a bit of, I guess maybe a bit of, this instrument now is giving me some, Galaxy vibes. You know, Galaxy or, who else does those kind of tunes? I guess Halogenics as well. You also use a lot of these sort of like weird, sort of like resampled sounding, like like almost a bit soulful kind of things, but then it still has that really textural kind of vibe. Yeah, again, that part as well. Now some of these parts are a little bit out of time though, but we can fix that. And even stuff like that that's quiet, we might want to check what that sounds like if we boost that a lot in volume, just to see what is there. That one is not too interesting. But there's definitely some cool bits happening in here that we will be able to use. That's kind of nice. Something jazzy. Yeah, exactly. I like those textural kind of sounds a lot. Like textural, but it also has a bit of a jazzy sound. And it's just about finding a cool pattern with those cuts. This maybe the first part of that is kind of interesting. Now we have a couple of really quiet bits, so let's see what happens if we rip. Why don't we do that? That one is a bit loud, but... And these are still quiet, so let's just crank that up. I mean, kinda is alright. Cool. So... I'm gonna copy this here so we still have it. I mean, we could... Easy way to remove the silence from here would be to go and do this. Chuck them in here. And then take all of these again and move them back here. Now we have all of those cuts like that. So that could be something that we could do here. Although we have removed the timing now, so it's fine. But now it should be like a matter of finding some cool bits from here. Let me just... I am gonna keep this though, because I never know if I might struggle with the time. So let's just chuck that here. Make a marker. Resampled stuff. There we go. Now, again, like, another way, of course, would be to take this whole clip. Let's move that here. That whole clip and chuck it into a slicer. That could also give us some really interesting things. Simpler. And chuck that in here. Set it to slice mode. But, you know, it is going to sort of like pick stuff wherever it thinks it should pick something. So you can play around with the sensitivity, but it won't always pick like nice things. Another thing we could do, of course, is we could consolidate this thing into its own clip. We can say Control J that, so that it's consolidated, and then put that into the sampler. So you have all the sort of like best parts that we found, and we chuck that in here. Now it should grab stuff from here, and then we can play MIDI notes. And it will find some cool bits. But I always find it a bit annoying to work with. I would rather work just with the audio most of the time. But this can be another way to find some cool parts. Especially because it just chops it up already, you know? So that can be nice. And you can just mess with the MIDI. So definitely works as well. And another thing I find is kind of nice from this method is when you change the sensitivity, it will also change what you get out of it. Right? But I most of the time I just like working with the audio. It's just easier. Let's see, we had a couple of good ones. I'm actually gonna go back to this one for that. See, that's what I mean. Here we can see this would be one, I think. Or this one. Those are all 2-bar sections. That one is actually nice. So let's just take this one. Copy it. Let's just chuck that here. So I don't necessarily like this part, but I like the rest, so we can mute that. Let's just grab the drums as well. Like that can be something to start off with for sure. To start the whole tune with. We can just loop this. Okay, let's find another. Okay, this part could maybe work. Let's actually just create another track. Group those. And we'll just chuck the reverb on the group. Where did what did I do with the bass? Where did I change that? Okay, then that could work just fine. What? A copper taste? What? A copper taste? What do you mean with that? With one of your own presets in serum or others above this watering chord could be nice? What do you mean with a copper taste? See if we can find another, so like hit to kind of change this last part a bit. Yeah, we can remove these. That kind of works. Can we find something? Synthesized brass. Okay. That was. Oh, I guess I understand it. Copper. Yeah. Let's just try a piece. We can always move it around and see what happens. I wanna chuck something here. And let's reverse that. Okay, we have to find something else. Something reversed would be nice, I guess. Maybe if we... Okay, that one actually sounds weird with the swing. Well, it doesn't sound weird, but maybe swing is a bit much. Just very subtly. Okay, question is, does the bass still work with that thing, or do we have to change the bass notes? I don't know. I think it should still work. Yeah, it still works. Even though the bass is really simple still. Okay. Probably come back to that later, but just a little bit so that we have some some extra reverb, especially on the snare, because that just gives it a little bit of a tail, which is kind of nice. Although I don't like it yet, but needs to be really subtle. But that'll work for now. Also, those drums are really loud compared to everything else, so what if we just drop that down a little bit? Well, actually, they're not necessarily. I thought they were, but maybe a little. Yeah, I'm thinking what we could do with this. What happens if you bounce resample the chord group to apply then the same pool of the MB groove it's already using? I don't think that will work that well, actually. Because it's going to mess with the... Well, it could, but I don't think that is something we have to do. It's fine, actually, with the way it is. Trying to see if I have some other samples that we can put in here. There's something that I made that could be nice. We might just have to do some more sound design. Wait, I might have some things that could be cool. Let's see, where are they? I have a folder called Jazzy Stuff. What is in here? Not really jazzy, honestly. I had some... I had some noise things, but where are they? Noise sweeps? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is kind of okay for now. That kind of works. So let's say we have this. Could be part of an intro. We want to add some extra stuff to it to make it a little bit fuller, but Might not want to use these yet. And maybe we'll filter the drums in or something. And probably from here I would also just start seeing if I can find like some samples that we can work in here as well. Like it's fine to try to design everything from scratch, but sometimes you just need to start chucking samples in and seeing what sticks, you know? Basically throw spaghetti at the wall method and just see what ends up sticking. And then you know, try and work that into something that actually works. Also, I need to pee. So I'm gonna go and take a piss real quick. I'll just play this. Why not? We have a little bit of something going now. I do like this kind of style of drum and bass a lot, like the jazzier kind of stuff. I just never make it, so for me it's a little bit of like, what are we gonna add now? What can work with this? Maybe we could add a bit of piano on top of it. Like we know what the chords are. Like just some subtle piano thing, you know? Nothing too crazy. Maybe not even playing the full chords, but just some little bits. But I need to piss, so one moment. I'll be back in a minute or so. And then we'll see where we can take it. Noir, yeah, exactly, something. I'll... chuck a hat in there as well for good measure. Although I think actually we might want a different hat, but we'll see. The drums actually already sound pretty decent, so we're in a good direction there. Like this, when these drums come in, like those sound pretty decent for this kind of drum and bass actually. Still not liking the reverb on the snare, but that's something we can come back to later. It's just there to make the snare a little bit less dry, right? Because a bit dry without it. But I think the drums already work pretty well. The liquid old Netsky inspired bass, the liquid wobble, but maybe more modulated changes for modern time. I'm not sure yet where we're gonna take this. It probably doesn't want something too crazy in the bass. Like we had this thing here, which really is just something like that, maybe, would already be enough. But then we might want to add some stuff on top to make it interesting, you know? But we'll see. Let's play this and let me go and take a piss real quick, because otherwise I'm gonna have to clean some stuff out here. And I don't feel like doing that. I don't feel like pissing my pants. One moment, I'll be back in just a moment. Sorry, I was just checking on my speakers real quick and making some edits there. Yeah, okay, so I actually think another kind of cool thing to do for the drop, that's gonna be a difficult one to pull off though, but I think it could be really cool, is have a drop where the bass is not sustained like this one, but does like some more quicker, shorter bass notes, if you get what I mean. That could actually be really fun. I do like filtering this in the intro a bit. Maybe even less than what we have now. Let's see. Let's... maybe we'll even go something like this. What happens if we chuck this on here? No compression on the low end. It's fine without, actually. So we could, let's see, what if we add a reverb to those hats? Let's just grab a... Oh yeah, okay, we're on the right track. Let's grab a vintage verb and just... see. Like I want to, so like fade them in a bit. Maybe we'll add a utility on here as well. What if we... Something like that could be fun. Not exactly like it, but... Let's see, do we have some... See if we have a vocal sample. Now I'm gonna go and grab I'm just gonna go to this folder real quick because this has some... I know it's a cymatics pack, but you know, they do have vocals that have a bit more of a processed sort of like sound, where you don't necessarily hear too well what the vocal's doing, what it's saying. It's just all kinds of like that kind of stuff. So let's see if we can find something in there that kind of works a bit, that we can either keep in there as a placeholder or we can chop up and rearrange. Because right now we just need some extra bits to make it interesting, if you get what I mean. Let's just chuck something in here. So that is in C minor. Okay, that's as far away as we could from the key that we're in. Maybe even just something like that, like a really just a single little snippet. Is this also C minor? Of course it is. Okay, that's not supposed to be in the same scale, but it kind of does work. Like that first part kind of works. That. Or does it become drum step? No. Let's see what happens if we pitch that section up a semitone. Okay, not. I was like, well, we're doing that in the chord, so we could always try it. By the way, is half time still considered drum and bass? I asked this question a lot, never got a... I would say half time is kind of... It's not drum and bass, but it does sit within the same realm. You know? If you get what I mean. Like, a lot of the sound design can be very similar. So, it's not the same kind of genre, but it is sort of like a derivative from drum and bass. So, it came forth out of drum and bass. It's kind of like taking drum and bass and then mixing it with hip hop, if you get what I mean. And then you kind of get halftime. So, it's almost like taking drum and bass, but then making the drums more like dubstep. Even though the tempo is different, obviously, but it is the same kind of thing where you have most of the elements in a quicker tempo, but the drums are at half the tempo of the track, similar to what you get in dubstep, right? Because dubstep usually sits around 140 to 150, but the drums are going to be actually at half that. So it's kind of a similar kind of approach. And I do think like most halftime stuff does sort of like come out of the world of drum and bass. But it's not drum and bass, because drum and bass is, you know, a quicker genre. It's something that is made at like 170-ish beats per minute. That's what drum and bass is, and it definitely needs like the quicker drums for it to be drum and bass, in my opinion. Yeah, I do think something with like a vocal thingy like that could be something that can work. Is that one as well? It's just that our chords are so weird that some parts of this will work and others won't. We might have to do some similar stuff as what we did to the chords, but on a vocal, you know? Wait, so let me think. let me think. We have to quickly go to our chords again. So this is the chords that we're actually using. So I'm not sure why. Oh, wait. Highlight skill. There we go. So this is all fitting F sharp Phrygian, or I guess F sharp minor as well. Okay, except that note. So it definitely, that's more like F sharp Phrygian. But then this chord doesn't fit that completely, because we're kind of just taking a minor chord and then transposing that, as opposed to making this sort of like conform to what the scale would want it to be, because this, I guess this would want to be a major chord, but we're keeping it minor, which is why it sounds the way it does. And I'm not entirely sure what this chord is, but it's a G with an A sharp, so that is definitely a G minor. But then we have the C in there as well. So that is kind of an odd chord, honestly. That's our chords. Oh. But what is F sharp Phrygian? What is that a mode of? Of which, well, I would say major scale, but what minor scale would that fit to? Is that B minor? Is B minor the same notes? I think that is the same notes as B minor. Yeah. So B minor. B harmonic minor. Okay, that fixes one of those notes, actually. B melodic minor. Okay, that doesn't fix the C. The C is just an odd one. No, it's not A flat. A flat major, yeah, of course. A flat major would be what it is a mode of, but wait, is that correct? No, that's also not correct. Because B minor is the same as D major? I mean, we can see if we set this to D major. Yeah. So the parallel minor of so F sharp Phrygian is a mode of D major, but the parallel minor is B minor. If that makes sense. I think I'm saying that correct. So if we find a vocal sample that is B minor, or we tune the one we have to B minor, it might actually work better. Let's see. Because this is in F minor. So if we do that's as far away as it could be. So this is gonna sound chipmunky then. That's not even that bad. See, that still works. So if we have a vocal sample in B minor, we are kind of good as well. It's just that sometimes it doesn't sound exactly right, but we might be able to fix that, you know, with some Melodyne or something along those lines. But then because F sharp Phrygian is, I believe, only one note away, or one note away. One note in F sharp Phrygian is different from B minor, if I'm correct. So that's why both of those can work. Kind of depends on what the vocal sample is doing. Like if we have B minor here, and then we have F sharp Phrygian. Where are you? Phrygian? I believe. Oh no, there's more notes that are different. Oh wait, I'm set to B major, my bad. B minor. No, we need... Oh, my bad. I'm fucking stupid. We need to do F sharp minor. F sharp minor and F sharp Phrygian. Yeah, see, that's only one note that is different in those two scales. It's just that second scale degree of the F sharp minor that becomes that becomes flattened. So that's the only difference between those two scales. So theoretically, we could get away with a sample that is F sharp minor, or a sample that is B minor, because B minor would be the same as F sharp Phrygian in terms of its notes. So because those two are really close together, we can play with either those two sort of like minor scales for the vocal sample to see if we can find something that fits. But that one kind of works. That one actually works better, I think, though. Let's try it an octave lower, see what happens. Another thing to do would just be grab some ad-libs that fit either one of those scales, and then just do some resampling on it, so that we get, like, I guess, our own, because I don't fancy, you know, using a vocal sample from cymatics, honestly, because they're so, well, they're out there, you know? A lot of people will have those samples, and there's going to be a lot of people using them. And I don't like it when there's like another tune that has the same sample in it, if you get what I mean. It's the kind of the splice issue as well that I just don't like. So, what if we search for adlib and go to samples? 'Cause I'm tired. And we search. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Yay. Yeah. Yay. Oh. Oh. Yeah. 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 Like. Oh. Na 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 na. Gay. What? Did it say gay? Gay. 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 What the fuck? Gay. I'm sorry, but the sample is called gentle, but to me that doesn't sound like it says gentle. Hey. Hey.
just before. It's normal that it is. Ow, ow, it's normal, whatever this is.
I'm getting to the higher.
Let's go to different samples. Let's see.
Every day.
I feel it. Hey,
I fucking hate this process.
Just wanna flirt with.
no, no, no.
Fucking cringe.
I can do it better. Love me now. About you now. About you now. Oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. No. No.
I hate vocals. Yeah, exactly.
Baby.
Ooh, TikTok. I will be.
Yeah, yeah.
Lose control. Oh, whoa. We're in parent.
I would prefer to find like a couple of different ones from like the same singer and then just, you know, resample the hell out of those. To get like some vocal textures, but I mean, those are a couple ones of the same singer. Let's just chuck a couple of ones in here and see what happens. They're in 138. Of course, it doesn't work properly. And they're in a different key as well, which is fine. They're in G flat. Oh wait, that's F sharp minor. Oh, actually, now you're saying something. I should have all the Ethera vocal samples somewhere. I think I did just that, of what you were talking about. Let's see. Oh, here, Clara vocals. I did exactly that. And I put them all into one sample. Thank you, mate. Thank you. You just saved me a lot of fucking cringe. You just saved me from going through samples for for another hour. Yeah, so We just have like a bunch of these all in one file. So yeah. That's a lot easier. Because then we can just grab this and just... Now preferably I would find one that is maybe closer to our tempo. A minor, 90 beats per minute. That should be, or 95 even. That's 180. So that's really close to what we are in. And A minor is really close to B minor. So... Now the easiest thing probably would be to just grab the whole processing rack from the chords track and chuck that on here. Mapping unsuccessful. Map. Start moving. Okay, you don't like that? Map. There we go. Silence. Probably because of the filter effect in here. Let's just find a different preset. Okay, another thing. I do like maybe if we have like some kind of a filter moving through here. So let's just chuck a filter in here. We're not using that one anyway, so let's do that. I'm just gonna map that to a macro. Why are you not moving? Because it's not mapped to a macro. There we go. Now we are gonna get complete silence, but Yeah, I get what you mean. Oh, else let me. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this portal. I'm gonna add a new blank portal. Portal. Tuck that in here. Maybe even put it in front of here. No, let's put it after it. Or actually, in front of it might be cool, because then it does the granular stuff first. And then we're just gonna map a couple of things ourselves. So we'll do that. Density and shape. Oh, that, and that. Oh. That is all just added afterwards, so if we resample this, I would resample it like this. And then chop this on the track where we chop up the audio. Is there something else we can throw in here to make it interesting? I guess we can try a beam. Maybe chop that in between here. What the hell? Although Beam might already be creating quite a bit of reverb now as well. See? I mean, I have another cool granular plugin. I just don't know how it will work on here, but we can try it out. Unfiltered audio silo. What if we group that with another chain so that it has the actual audio from this one going through and then this layered on top? When in doubt, add an infiltrator. Do we have a folder with like vocal texture? mean, that does create some pretty weird stuff now. I wish it was a little bit higher though, for some reason. Let's see, pitch that up to. Those epic ones are a bit loud, you know? Just gonna try out a couple of ones. 130. It's definitely major Phrygian, but that might make it a bit hard to make it work, but there are some cool things in there, so let's see. Oh wait. I wish I had this one in minor. that would be amazing, because this one has the right sort of like tone of what I would be looking for. I mean, I can run it through Melodyne. I wonder if exotic scales like Mixolydian Flat 6 have usable modes. Mixolydian Flat 6? I mean, we can see what the modes are. Mixolydian Flat 6. Where's the mode section? Modes. Oh wait. I think it should tell us somewhere. Modes. Here we go. So these are the modes that you get in Mixolydian Flat 6. Half diminished, super Locrian, melodic minor. Huh, interesting. Dorian Flat 2. Dorian Flat 2 is actually interesting. Lydian Augmented is also pretty cool. And acoustic. Dorian Flat 2 is actually pretty interesting. Dorian Flat 2, and I also really like, what was it again? Dorian Sharp 4? Was that it? Or Dorian Flat 4? I think Sharp 4. So yeah, it's basically the same as melodic minor, but from a different root. Super Locrian, that sounds interesting though. Wait, Locrian is the one that is really difficult to use, right? So I imagine Super Locrian being absolutely horrible to work with. Or was that Lydian? No, Lydian is fine. It was Locrian, I believe, that is that one that is just absolutely a pain in the ass to work with. Because Locrian has like a diminished fifth, right? Instead of the regular fifth, if I'm correct. Right? I believe Locrian had like a diminished chord on the root, if I'm correct. Which is why it's such a pain in the ass to work with. So I can imagine Super Locrian being even worse. It's basically a bunch of diminished and augmented. Yeah, exactly. That is just annoying as hell. Let's see. I'm gonna do a little experiment real quick. Let me turn this off for a moment. Let's save. We can actually put it on a different track real quick. Let's grab Melodyne. And I'm just quickly gonna run these 4 little snippets through it. I have Mysteria, yeah. I just never use it anymore. I feel like it's a bit of a pain to work with, honestly, but it does sound pretty cool. Okay, so now we have these, and theoretically we should be able to see. So what is the, let's see, A sharp, it's not hitting A sharp, right? No, it's not. So this should actually work. If it was hitting an A sharp, then we could make that minor, but it's not hitting that at all. So this is just following the same notes as B minor or F sharp Phrygian. It's actually hitting the minor third for just a tiny moment there. So this little piece would actually be fine. Uncompress it, there's actually a lot of useful stuff in it. That might actually be something interesting to do, yeah. I would have to look up how to do that again, because the ones with the Clara vocal sample packs, those are actually pretty easy, because they have the wave files basically in the folder of the contact library. So you can just go into the folder of the contact library and just take all the wave files. Like, I have the folders somewhere here as well in my browser. I believe those, yeah. So you just get like, those are just straight from the folder itself, from the library folder. I just chucked all of them in one long file because they're all separate, and I wanted to have them all in one file with like the same level as well, because some are really quiet, other ones are louder. It's kind of weird how they did that. So I just chucked them all into one file. So you don't even have to uncompress it with those libraries. You can just literally go into the library folder and you'll just find the WAV files there. Yes, it's easy, just file, save as, take uncompressed. Oh, okay. So you can just do that from Contact itself. That's nice. Yeah, I imagine that it takes a long time, but you know, that's fine. Would be nice to have the raw samples that are from it, you know? Because there are some really cool samples in there, like sound sources. So these basically work with the scale that we have. So if we resample these ones, we should actually get some cool bits that we can use. Which one is it? 19. And then we want to take the granular post mixer, so we don't get the reverb included. Wait, why is... Oh, one moment. I'm like, why the fuck does it sound like I'm hearing the dry one? Because we have the track with Melodyne on it. And Melodyne is also playing, of course. I'm like, what the fuck? It sounds like I'm hearing the dry version as well. Why is that? Well, that's why. wondering if it is actually also... What if we spread these out a little bit? Do we get like stuff in those gaps as well? I think we do. Because we do a lot of granular stuff on this and it's actually creating extra little bits, so this might also work. Actually, those parts, like stuff like that, is what we need. Like that kind of stuff that we had here is already too much, but like those little things. So I would want it to just make more of that, but if we let it run for a bit, we should get stuff like that. How would we be able to have it create more stuff like that? Put on like an auto pen or something. Oh, I know something that we can do. Because it's clearly when the filter opens here too much that we get stuff that we don't want. So, what if we go into the mapping here? Find the filter. Wait, go into the mapping here? Yeah. Let's close that down. Now we get more of those bits. Maybe we'll map this one as well. And set that amount, LFO amount from 50 to 100. We're actually not getting too much stuff in between, so... But now it's kind of creating... Might be able to open up the filter a little bit more. What if we switch this to rate? Probably have more than enough actually. Stream turned into a lot of sound design. And it's already almost 2 a.m. so... Okay, let's just do that for now. Sound design is fun though, so it's good. Yeah, this one is too full. See, it's too much stuff happening in here. I mean, we can chop it up, but I really like those little bits. Like that kind of stuff. That with a bit of reverb and delay is kind of what we want. Or just a bit of reverb. But yeah, I'm thinking about like what kind of drop I would like to do for this, and I do think I want to go with something more like, because this is that chord thing. Like, we had this bass line first, which I guess could work, but I think it would be really cool to have a drop where the bass is a bit more rhythmic, has like shorter little bits. Like, make it more funky, in a way. Also, could maybe be cool to, on this track, grab some kind of a long reverb. So maybe just a vintage verb, and just set it to Palace, which is like a mode that creates like nice long reverbs. Chuck that high shelf up, that one up as well, and just make this really long. And then we'll just group that, and we will create another chain. And then we put a utility after this reverb, map that to a macro, make sure it goes up to 0 and not to plus 35. And let's see, let's like, we had that little bit there, but we could also use something like this. And then maybe just put an EQ after this, or before it. And let's just do something like this maybe, so it's just the higher frequencies of it. Yeah, just have like some reverb swells made out of that kind of thing. But yeah, the drop wants to be different though. The drop wants to be different. And I don't think we're gonna make that one today, because it's already late. But I got a lot of sounds to work with though, so we definitely have a lot of interesting things made from today. And I will have plenty of time upcoming weeks to work on music, so we might do some more streams. Because I have no work at all the coming month. So you might be able to expect some random streams at random times where I'll just feel like streaming that day, and you know, maybe in the afternoon or whatever, we'll see. Like, well, afternoon, probably more likely that it's gonna be evening for me, because I'm a fucking nocturnal being. But you get what I mean. I'll have plenty of time to do some extra streams if I want to, because there's no work at all. I don't have to wake up early, so it's gonna be fine if I stream. And I am gonna be working on music a lot the upcoming weeks, so if I do have something I'm working on that I'll be like, huh, this is actually kind of cool. This is turning into something nice, and I want to work on it tonight. I might as well fire up the stream, you know, even if it's not a Friday. I do also still think that a bit of piano can be nice in here. Let's see what happens. I have a track right here, or a rack. This is the one that I used for making randomized piano stuff. And theoretically, if I chuck the chords that we're using of this track in here, we should be getting random piano bits to chop up and chuck in here. Yeah, I know. That's also kind of the whole point of me having time. I can finally work on stuff without having to, you know. The main thing is I usually don't have much time because of work, you know. I'll be working, and then when I come home from work, I don't usually feel like working on music because I'm tired as fuck. So I'll just fire up a video game or some video or something, and before I know it, it's time to go to sleep, because otherwise I won't wake up the next day for work. So it's nice to not have any work for the coming month. Why does it sound nothing like what I did in that rack though, when I use this? Probably because it's lacking a CC control. No, wait, there is a CC control. I remember this one sounding much more interesting, much more realistic when I made it. For some reason, it's not sounding the way it should. Is it because that wants to be automated? Maybe it's better. So the question is, what if we chuck our chords in there? Is there a skill device in here? Yeah, there is. Okay. I was about to say, like, why does it sound strange? B minor, that should be the same notes. I'll mess with some piano and see if I can find some cool things. Probably not this one. Maybe I'll just play something on top of the chords that we have. Ah, that's also still loading. I'll probably just end up playing some stuff and seeing if I can find some stuff that sort of like sounds cool on top of it. Just to sprinkle in here and there. But yeah, I'm gonna call it quits for tonight because it's getting late. And I'm also kind of getting tired. So, loads of stuff to go through though. And see if I can find some stuff to layer in here. I do want to sort of like make the drop though and get like... I have an idea for it, but I'm gonna have to do more sound design for that. Play it on your own. Yeah, exactly. I would have to learn the skill. Because, I mean, I know the skill roughly that we're using, which is B minor or F sharp Phrygian. I know that one. But there is that change happening in the second chord that is sort of like different from what you would expect. Because it's literally just a minor chord being transposed. It's a minor 9 chord being transposed up and down. And then I believe we were doing something different though. Like, this chord, it is kind of a G minor with a C in there, which doesn't make necessarily a lot of sense, but what it actually came from was a C minor chord. It's just that we're not playing the minor third. It's like a C minor 9 chord without the third, and then because the notes, how it's voiced, it's kind of become more like a G minor. Yeah, because we have that note in there as well, so it's kind of like a G minor. And in this scale, it would want to be G major, so if I play regular F sharp Phrygian on top, it's gonna sound weird because of that not being major but minor. And then there's that extra note in there that also isn't in the scale, so I would have to sort of like learn what that does and then be able to play on top of that. If it was just regular minor, then that would be fine. I would be able to play it straight away, but I don't. It's kind of like taking two scales, I guess. This section is in F sharp Phrygian or B minor, and then this section is in a different scale, but it's fine. So anyway, thanks for being here. I'll be back though pretty soon. Like I said, we might do some more streams in the upcoming month, and I will always let you know on Discord. So if you wanna join future streams, then you know where to go. Go to the Discord. I'll link that in the chat. If you want to get any of the stuff though, like samples or the Ableton theme or presets, there's wavetables, there's so many stuff on my Patreon. If you want to help support me, Patreon is the best place. Link to that is in the chat as well. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next one. So I hope you have a good night. We had some fun. Didn't make a full sort of like idea, but we have some really cool bits here, and I really like this chord kind of sound. So that's definitely something I wanna continue with. It has sort of like a vibe that I really enjoy, and that is something that is really good. And the drums are pretty good as well. Like these drums already, they sound pretty good. We just need like a drop for it now. That's basically the thing. Which maybe something for another stream, actually. Maybe sometime upcoming month, if I find something that is like a start to a drop, then I'll fire up the stream. So, thanks, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.